Good afternoon, mech warriors, mech techs, and nobles in hiding. It is Monday. It is 12 p.m. local. It is time for you to join me once again here on Canopus 4, where we are delving into the deep heart of MekHQ to build MekHQ together. How is everybody? I hope you're all doing well. I hope the sun's shining. It's not so shining here. It's very muggy. It's very overcast. I hope your weekend went well, and I hope that you're able to catch up with the Scotorious Bastards episode that went live on YouTube yesterday. We had a lot of fun this week. What did I do this weekend? What did I do this weekend? Well, we finished off moving into our new house. So a couple of weeks ago, some of you may be aware, we moved from our place in Tennessee to a new state. And because the moving schedule kept getting moved around because of work requirements and yada yada yada, it basically meant that we had to move out in a very, very big hurry. And as a byproduct of this, we actually were unable to move all of our stuff. And yeah, it was just a whole thing. Also, I realized I haven't actually announced that we are streaming. Oh my god, I am so bad at this. Let's put the announcement messages out. Whoopsie doodles. No wonder nobody's here. Oh, that's the wrong message. New. Today we're writing the new mission code. There we go, that'll do. Whoopsie doodles. Well, I guess we're gonna have a very small stream to start with, and that's okay. We don't mind that. It's punishment for my own stupidity. I was too busy eating my lunch and completely forgot to actually do any of the steps that I'm required to do to make sure that you guys know I'm going live. So yeah, like this weekend, we were receiving the last of our stuff from where we used to live. And one second, Hammer's asking me now. It's asking things. And generally, it went okay. It was very stressful, as moving always is. Like, there's no getting around that moving is stressful, but we persevered. We did the good old British stiff upper lip. Or I did, at least. I'm the only British person in the household. But the rest of the household gave a stiff upper middle finger. Yeah, stiff upper middle finger. That seems more American. But what are we going to be doing today? So I did a big review over the weekend of the work that we've done so far on our mission overhaul. Let's go over to IntelliJ. Are we going into the void? We aren't. Fantastic. As Drazi says, moving sucks. It absolutely does. I've heard it described as being one of the most stressful things a person can do, and I'm inclined to agree. Whenever I've moved in the past, I've always been very ruthless about what I take. So I normally end up moving out with only like a computer, a backpack, and maybe a sack of clothes. So this is the first real moving experience I've had where I actually have enough stuff that we want to keep. And it was very, very stressful. But do you know what's not stressful? MekHQ. That's a brazen lie, but we can pretend. If we close our eyes, we can pretend. Mr. Bear, nobody asked for your opinion. He's being very talkative today. He wants to be fusses. Yes, you're a good boy, Mr. Bear, but you can't be a streaming puppy. He's lying on the bed behind me. He's getting very upset because I'm not giving him all the pets and love in the world. So what we're going to do today, as I say, over the weekend, I did a big review of the work that we'd done on the new abstract mission system, and I wasn't happy with it. It didn't feel right. So what we were doing is we were moving the old code over to the new architecture. And the reason why I think that's a mistake is because it means that the new architecture is being shaped by the old code, and the old code is not being changed to meet the new architecture. And I think really that's the mistake. So we're going to create ourselves a new package called mission. And in this package, we're going to create a couple of things. And these are just going to be very basic abstract classes. We're going to have one called mission. No, we're going to call it abstract mission. And we're also going to have one called abstract contract. So that's going to give us our basic setup. Oh, abstract class, what am I doing? There we go. And now I'm also going to be looking at campaign operations. Because what we're going to do is we're going to essentially just walk through. Well, that's not the thing I wanted. We're going to walk through the rules for our contracts, and we're going to go ahead and just update these as we go. Now we're going to go with, again, mention the philosophy. The philosophy is the contract is the agreement with the employer. The mission is the stuff that you're doing. Now, I don't think we should call this a mission, because the new core rules, from what I can tell, what I've heard through the grapevine, uses mission as scenario, and we need to move away from mission being mission. So we're going to change abstract mission to abstract contract objectives. Objective in this case. No, I don't want to rename those. I'm going to rename this to abstract contract manager. And no, we don't want to rename any of that stuff either. Aristotle says, finally, mission is used that way in almost every other place. Yes. Yes, I agree. So, I did abstracts. I called them initial abstracts. We're actually going to be adding a lot of abstracts in this, because I want this to be as modular as we can make it. Now, any contract is going to need a name. So let's give ourselves a string, and we're going to call it name. And we're going to have a UID, and we're going to call it contract ID. We're also going to need a list of missions. Abstract contract objectives. And in contract objective, we're going to need a few things as well. We are going to need name, objective ID, and I also want to have, oh, we've got police going on outside. I also want to have a parent contract. So this is going to give us our very, very basic, this is like super basic information that we know we definitely are going to need. Now there's going to be a lot of other information that we're going to need, but this is going to be just the initial basic setup. And now we're heading over to campaign options. Now, unfortunately, I don't really have the stream set up to be able to bounce back and forth between campaign options. And anybody who's been here long enough will be well aware that if I did that, I'm going to leave you on the wrong page for half the stream. So I'm just going to read it out. So step 1, contract offers. The term offer, blah, 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 blah. Okay. I don't really care about that. Pirates, blah, 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 blah. Government, blah, 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 blah. I'm just reading through this. Okay, so first up we need to determine the employer. So here's one of the big things that we want to to do here, and it is that we want to have a lot of utility classes. Rather than just have everything dumped into contract manager or contract objective, we're instead going to have utility classes. So the first step that we need to do in any kind of contract generation is determine the employer. So contract employer determination. So what do we want to do here? The next step is to determine the prospective employer for each offer received. If you want to grab a PDF or your hard copy of campaign operations, we're on page 39. Mercenaries. Mercenaries and pirates seeking mercenary work will make 2d6 roll, with any modifiers applicable to both the hiring hall world, if any, as found in the contract modifiers table, plus the force's reputation modifier. As a result of independent requires a second roll on the independent employer column, losing the same modifiers. If you're using 8 overalls, which we are, connections may also be called upon. The equip value acts as a modifier to all the determined employer rolls the offers that month. The result of the 2d6 roll is not necessarily the matching row on the employer's table, rather the player may select one employer on a row with a row equal or less than the modified roll. For example, if a player made a modified roll of 7, the player could specify that the employer behind the offer was any entry on the employer table of 7 or less. Okay. A good reputation or good hiring hall gives the force more opportunities to connect with the employer of their choice. Okie dokie. So here's what we're going to do. Because what we can't do is, and this is the limitation from in-person game to out-of-person game. In person, you can just go, okay, GM, I want to use my reputation, and I think I'll go for a roll of 4. Whereas in MekHQ, what we cannot be doing is just spamming the player ruthlessly every time we're generating contracts. So we're going to have a slight deviance, and that is we're going to want to have commander connections, and we might as well store role. So contract employer role. We might not end up keeping these at the class level, but for now we are. Having some sip of my coffee. It's very warm today. And we're also going to need an enum. We're going to need an enum that says who we are achieving employed by employer, table, enum. So, we have independent or small state. Let's read this. Oh, I see. The independent employer corporation result first to. Okay, I see. So we roll for independent and then we roll. I see. So we're not going to go for small state. I guess we could, but we're going to go ahead and. How do we want to handle this? Because it's an independent worlds or small state. Let's go with. Just going to call it independent. Then we're going to have minor power, major power, and I also have superpower. Then we also have under the independent, and again, if you're wanting to follow along, we're on page 39 of campaign operations. Noble, planet. Tarry government, mercenary, major periphery, minor periphery, and corporation. Now, I always forget the syntax of enums. I'm terrible at remembering syntax. One day I will learn it, but it shall not be this day. This day we're forgetting how everything works. So we're going to want name. We're going to want. Well, actually, first we want lookup name. Look up name. Hey Radar, glad you could join us. Is this going to be on the test? The school didn't supply me with a copy of CamOps, so I just have an old copy of BattleTech 2nd edition. CamOps is great. I have such a love-hate relationship with CamOps. I love it. I love that it exists. I hate the rules in it. and that honestly is the general consensus, is that love the fact that the rulebook exists, hate the rules in it. So we're going to want a lookup name, we're going to want a name, a tool text, and we're also, I don't like the syntax tool, tip. And we're also going to want to have final int, and we're going to have lower band, and we're going to want higher band, private, there we go, upper band. So in the actual enum, we're going to want to specify lookup name, and we're going to specify lower band and upper band. Now, name and tooltip we're going to generate dynamically because we're fancy. Radar says, I just realized you started streaming an hour early today. Oh my god, I'm so fucking dumb. Oh my god, I did start streaming an hour early. Jesus fucking Christ. Who invented time zones? Who said that we couldn't just have everybody on the same goddamn clock? No wonder I was bloody rushing. I was like, oh my god, where did the time go? I need to start stream. Oh, I am so fucking dumb. Well, I guess we'll just have a longer stream today. I'm okay with that. One second. Well, I guess we are just going to have a longer stream than normal today. That's what we'll do. Because I'm here, we might as well. Radar says, Sir Sanford Fleming created the concept of time zones. A storage Canadian, blame them. Yeah. God damn it. I was rushing so hard. Okay, so we're gonna have lookup name, and then we're also gonna create ourselves a resource bundle, which is gonna have our bundle of resources. And I need to copy the Shazam. There we go. We also need something from, I always copy over from the aggression because it's at the top. And it's always got this beautiful unused property. And this is going to stop us getting spammed with errors. So I put that over to the right hand side. And because I started an hour early, if anybody joined us and doesn't realize what we're doing here, we are in fact, give me a second, private final. We can't make it static because reasons. String resource bundle equals resource bundle. Oh no, it'll still be like this, right? But what we're doing is we're taking a second look at how we were handling the. Oh, no, that's correct. The transfer to the new contract system, and my realization was that we were basically locking ourselves into using the old system, and in a way that was going to make it very, very bad. Radar says the guillotine kicks ass. No, the guillotine is very, very good. I use the guillotine in my Alpha Strike force that I run. The guillotine's a great mech. So we need name, and we're going to need tooltip. And we basically need to do this for all of the ones, which can create a whole bunch here. And what I will do is in a minute, I'll show you how this all works, because this is pretty cool. This is pretty clever. Go away, AI chat. Oh, alright, bugger off, piss off. Okay, so independent, minor power, major power, super power. I'm not going to bother defining the tooltips yet, so we're going to go missing resource. So we're basically just adding this missing resource here because we want it to be really obvious that we forgot to include the tooltip. And we're going to add a copilot, report this as an error. So this is going to make sure that Copilot, when it reviews, it's going to flag us as saying, hey, we forgot the tooltip. Mr. Bear, okay, 1 second. Mr. Bear has fallen off the bed and needs help getting back up. Mr. Bear, you have legs. You know how they work. It's good point. Come on, get back onto the bed. Right, up you go. Oh, Mr. Bear. Up you go. Up you go. Good boy. You are pathetic today. Tiger, you can't have the entire bed. That bed can fit like 2 humans plus you and Bear in it. Don't look sulking at me. Tiger is very upset that Bear dares to get on the bed that she is forced to share with Bear. And the bed, I don't know if you heard me say, it can fit easily me, my wife, and both our very large dogs. And they're sulking. And they're sulking because they don't get to have the entire bed. Raiden says, isn't the Star League and FedCom like the only superpower? Pretty much, yeah. To my recollection, yes. So, let's... 1 second, I need to ask my housemate. Mr. Bear is being very whiny today. I'm worried that he needs to go outside, but I took him out before we went live. We may need to pause in a bit so I can take Bear out again, but I'll try and postpone that if I can. Where was I before Bear rudely interrupted me with his sadness? Right after this, Mr. Bear is very whiny. He is. He has a big heart and many things to say right now. Okay, so I need lookup name, lower band, and upper band. Just add the lookup names to start with, then we can add the other stuff for later. But yeah, Mr. Bear can get very talkative sometimes. Mr. Bear is also the only dog that I know who has taught himself how to smile. So sometimes when Mr. Bear's having a really good time, he will actively start like baring his front teeth, and that's him smiling. But he only bares the front two thumbs. Not like he doesn't like just raise all his lips. Just the front, so he's smiling. It's just really cute, but he's really dumb. Look up name, then we're going to want name. Radar says that's cute. No, Mr. Bear is very sweet. He's such a good boy, but he's just such a whiny baby. So get text at. We're going to pass in our resource bundle. And this is going to be very easy. Okay. My fingers are betraying me. So as I said before, we're going to do something clever here. So what we do is, rather than defining the resource bundle in the enum table, we're just going to get the value down here. I'm doing contain syntax errors. Oh, because I can't do final here. Why did I think I could do final there? No, I did not mean to replace that with an equals. Jesus Christ. Oh, I didn't specify that as being an integer. There. Okay, so now we can extract these. Okay. So now we need to add the upper and lower boundaries. So independent is going to be lower boundary of integer min value, and the upper value is going to be 2. Again, this is just following the table, camops, page 39. Minor power. Oh, actually, so we need for independent or small state, it is an upper bound of 5. It appears multiple times in the table. We're actually going to break up this. This is going to be broken up shortly, but for now we're just going to leave it as is, because it's going to essentially use the same code, just some of these entries are going to be different. So minor power is 6 or 7. 6, 7. Major power is 8 to 10. 8 to 10. And superpower is 11, or integer max value. So it doesn't really matter what we enter into here. If it's 11 or higher, it's going to get picked up as an integer max value. Now noble is that is a 3. Sorry, integer min value, or 3. Planetary government is 4 or 5. 4 or 5. Mercenary is straight up just a 6. Minor periphery state is going to be 7. No, major periphery state is going to be 7 or 8. With minor being 9 to 10. And corporation being 11 or higher. Six. There we go. Okay. Now we're going to need some getters. So we need public. Oh, we don't need to get lookup name. We do need to get the name. Actually, let's just cheat. Let's just make our lives easier. So we're going to select these. And we're going to go generate. And we're going to get getters. And we want them all except the lookup name. Don't really care about lookup name. We also don't need to get the resource bundle. Okay, get tooltip, get name, get lower band, get upper band. What's going to want a boolean? Public. Boolean is within range. What's going to want another boolean? Public. Boolean is included. Oh. And this is going to be a simplified version of is within range. In this case, we just want to know if the value is equal or less than the upper band. Because the way campaign optimizations work, if you roll a superpower, you can technically pick any contract below superpower. It says lookup name can be a local value. That is not strictly correct, so we're going to ignore that. Next up, we need to do some getters. I'm trying to think of a good getter model. I suspect we can probably use random event personalities. I think I have some good getters in here. String from string. There we go, this will do. So this is just the IO stuff. Actually, no, normally I call it get label. So let's go ahead and rename this to label. There we go. So we want to have employer table enum from string. We will just go with, if it fails to generate anything, we're going to switch over to independent will do. Actually, no, let's just go for major power. Or do we want to just put an unknown? Unknown. Yeah, why the hell not? No, that's not going to work. We'll just switch to superpower. If we don't know, we'll go with superpower. Major power. Okay, sorry, I'm oscillating. I'm just trying to figure out what the best approach here is. Oh, 2 R's in power. There we go. Okay, so first we're going to try and get the value of the string, see if it matches any of the enum tables. Then we're going to try and get the integer and see if that matches. So we can actually switch this out. And get, no, we can call this from integer. No, we're going to make a second one. Public static employer table enum, and we want to have from lookup name seems good. Really, we should be using from lookup name here first. from no, we just won't bother with index. That's a poor option. We'll just go from string. From string works. So this gives us all of our setters and getters, basically all our codes we want for employer table enum. Now I mentioned that we were going to need to copy it basically, and now I'm going to show you why. As soon as I remember my way back to mission. So the reason we're going to copy this is because we actually want independent employer table enum. Because what we're going to do is we're going to remove all of these from here, and then we're going to do the same over here and remove the opposite end of the spectrum. So this tells us our employer table, and then this is our independent employer table. Probably don't need enum in the name, mind. That rename the file, it did not. Let's try that again. There we go. Maybe we call it table values. And we're going to call this, actually call this global employer table value. And then we have independent table value. Why are you throwing an error? Because you've got a whole bunch of errors there. That explains it. Now we also need to copy our wonderful resource here that we just added. Super easy to do. So we're going to first rename this. Then we're going to copy it. And this now becomes independent. Oh, that's the wrong one. Independent. Shazam. And global, that means we only need to have down to supervisor. And that should give us our properties. We do need to fix this whole shebang though. We've got lots of errors down here. And we will return, if we don't have a value, we're going to return planetary governor. There we go. So that's our enum setup. Something we do need to do is we need to do some legal statements. So let's add those in now, because otherwise I am going to remember. Rather, I'm not going to remember. And if I don't remember, if we ever try running any tests, it's going to break. Because it's going to be like, hey, you haven't got a legal statement. That's no brainer. Okay, let's just go and say add illegal statements. So now we've got the enum set up. What we need to do is we need to basically make a role. So we're trying to determine employer. So for mercenaries, roll a 2d6 and modifiers applicable to both the hiring hall world, if any, as found in the contract modifiers table. Okay. So public. And we're going to want, what are we going to want? We're going to want a hiring hall. We are going to want force reputation modifier. Force reputation modifier. We are also going to want contract modifiers table. Oh, that's not helpful. Mercenaries and pirates seeking mercenary style employment seek offers on a monthly basis for each month, generating a different number of offers and sometimes none. Time spent between contracts must be tracked. Finding for. Could have swore. Here we are. See how many contracts offers are made. Make one negotiation skill check each month. To this role, apply the modifiers applicable to the negotiation skill, and also those applicable to both the hiring hall world, if any, as well as force reputation modifier. And compare the. This is one of the reasons why I do not like campaign operations. It's very wordy and it's not always obvious what's going on. Okay. The term offer refers to any opportunity for a mission or series of missions, a holdover from force operation rules generally meant for a mercenary force. In the case of pirates, the offer is actually an opportunity. We don't care about pirates. Mercenaries. Mercs and pirates seeking mercenary style employment seek offers on a monthly basis, with each month generating a different number of offers and sometimes none. Time spent between contract must be tracked. Hunting for offers generally is done at hiring halls. The entire force needs not take the negotiators. However, forces between contracts generally find hiring worlds more tolerant of large numbers of heavily armed personnel than other planets. Determine how many contract offers are available. Make one negotiation skill check each month. To this role, apply the modifiers applicable to negotiation skill, and also those applicable to both the hiring hall world, if any, as well as the force reputation modifier. Okay, so that's how many we generate. And then compare the margin of success or failure to the contract offers table on page 39. Oh, it's a tiny little table. Okay, we don't need to worry too much about that then. The next step is determining the prospective employer for each offer received. The step required mercenaries make 2d6 roll. Fox Darrow says, "Morning. Is that reading from CamOps? I hear it is. We are on CamOps page 39." And we are transferring over the CamOps contract generation rules. Mercenaries and pirates seeking mercenary work make 2d6 roll, with modifiers applicable to both the hiring hall world, if any, as found on contract modifiers table, plus the force reputation modifier. Okay, so hiring hall level, force reputation modifier. Okay, got that. A result of independent requires a second roll on the independent. You know that. If using ATO, connections may also be called upon. The equip value acts as a modifier to determine employer roles as offers that month. Okay, so we want to have connections. Not connection factor, what the hell? connections level. Connections level. Okay, so that's going to give us the deets we need. I also seeing as how we are also specifying are we like what type we are. Let's create a force type for contract termination. Let's go for campaign type for contract termination. And this is going to be an enum, and it is going to have 3 values. It is going to have mercenary, it's going to have pirate, and it's going to have government. That's all it's going to have. It doesn't need any extra stuff. We probably need to add a legal statement. There we go. Campaign. So, let's roll that back. Let's go ahead and add these as class level variables. Private. And these are not going to change either, so we can make them final. We need to know how many contracts we're rolling. We can actually get all that information elsewhere. So, public int contract count. So contract count is, we are looking at, we have hiring hall level. Do we have any values in hiring hall? We don't. Let's add some. So let's go to one of our other enums, and we're going to steal a bunch of stuff. We need lookup name, and we're going to need label, tooltip, and offers modifier, employer modifier. Employer modifier, that's reasonable. And we're also going to want mission. So I don't know what mission modifier is yet. I just know we need it. And down here, we're going to need lookup name and a bunch of dumb stuff. So these are all just values we're going to be taking straight from campaign operations. Page 39 for anybody following at home. The offers modifier. And again, anybody who hasn't been with us the whole stream so far, we accidentally started an hour early, so we will be going a little bit longer than normal. I'm going to give you guys 5 hours instead of the usual 4. We are also working on the code for the brand new contract experience. Oh, helps if I have open brackets. So hiring hall level, questionable is at the top, and that is going to give us 0 on offers, -2 on employers, and -2 on missions. Then we have minor, which is +1 offers. Nothing on employers, nothing on mission. Standard hall is +2 offers. +1 employers. And +1 on mission. And Great Hall is -3 on offers. Oh no, +3 on offers. I was looking at the wrong column. +2 employers and +2 missions. And then no hiring hall is going to be -3 on offers. It's going to be -2 on employers and -2 on missions. We're going to want to get getters for all this good stuff. We don't need name, but that should be get label, not get name. Get label. Which means we also need to go and correct that on our other enums. Grumbly, grumbly, grumbly. That's correct. Oh, that's correct. Oh, okay, well, whatever. So we need to get some getters. Mission. We shouldn't need to worry about loading in any of this stuff because we're not gonna. This is going to be very transient. We will need to update the legal statement. The hammocks are we on? 5th printing. I literally checked what revision on and immediately forgot we're on the revised 5th edition. Oh, we screwed that up. We apparently did need to get getters and setters. I was just dumb. Not setters, I beg your pardon, just getters for these two. That's why we had the wrong values there, because these had the wrong method name. Generate. No, we don't want to change that. Oh, actually, we have forgotten something important. We need to add a resource value. Hey, Psychanic, glad you could join us, and thank you so much for the subscription. I really appreciate you, thank you. Oh, well, I'm glad you were able to pop in, even if you couldn't stick around. I hope your new Magic the Gathering deck is serving you well. And you have a good day, Psychanic. Thank you for dropping in, and thank you again for the subscription. Okay, so let's have a look. Psychonic says they played their new Magic the Gathering deck. Missed several triggers because it generates so many it gets running. Well, it sounds like a deck that you could spend a while just learning as well. It's always enjoyable when you don't just immediately know how a deck works. So now we need to figure out no hiring or present. So no significant hiring presence for the questionable. Dubious hiring presence. Some hiring presence. I really have no idea how to describe these. I wonder. Because all Camp says is what it gives examples of the different types of hiring. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to have a look at we're going to go back in time. I should have a copy of the Field Manual Mercenaries Revised. Actually, if you give me no, again, I'm not going to show this just because I don't want to get stuck on the wrong screen, and I will. Let's see, Field Manual Memory. Swore. Oh, I've gone into the wrong folder. I should have a copy of Field Manual. I remember buying it. I have so many PDFs. Not that I ever have time to read them all, honestly. Where on earth does Field Manual Mercenaries Revive? Where the devil did I put it? Do apologize, I'm just kind of trying to rumble through. Ah, found it. Because I guarantee you, Field Manual Mercenaries Revised has the descriptions of what the different hiring halls are meant to do. Because so much of campaign operations just assumes you have Field Manual Mercenaries, and it really shouldn't. Like how none of the scenario types are, mission types are actually explained. See here. creating a mercenary force, running a mercenary force, contract offers. 155. Damn it, it just has, it doesn't have the rating. It just says, oh, hey, it's a standard, questionable. So basically, in Build Manual Mercenaries Revised, it just has the name of the hiring hall and gives a direct modifier. It doesn't have any relation to questionable yada yada. Okay, I should have a PDF of the new Force Manual Mercenaries. Let's check that. Because I actually have no idea what's in it. So I bought it and then never really got around to actually reading it. Brina says they got a really good coming of age thing, adaptive immunity. That's the one that makes them immune to diseases, right? It is? Cool. I apologize about this. I should have my stuff better organized. I just didn't expect to need to go to the Force manual to figure out what the hell campaign options is doing. I thought I bought it at least. So I'd really rather not have to buy it again. Actually, I literally saw the Force Manual folder a second ago, but now I can't freaking find it. Why on earth does Dropbox not have a search mode? Rita says because Dropbox thrives on pain and misery. It really does. Dropbox is freaking terrible. Found it. Okay. Maybe Force Manual Mercenaries will shed some light on what the different hiring rules mean. It, in fact, does not. Okay, let us come back to this later. Or actually, fuck it, we'll just remove the tooltips entirely. Players will just have to figure that out on their own. What it's sort of does not make tooltips, yeah. Like the thing is, if CGL does not tell us what these terms mean, I can't tell you what the terms mean because I also do not know what the terms mean. We have to include goddamn tooltips. God damn it. I can't not include tooltips because otherwise I'm never going to hear the end of players asking what these goddamn things mean. Hiring presence in system. Yeah, I can't just say the hiring presence in system is questionable. Some illegal hiring presence in system. Minor. Minimal. Standard. I don't want to just say normal, but we can just say substantial hiring. Average. That'll just have to do. Again, if Countless doesn't tell me what these terms mean, I can't tell you guys. So that will just have to do. Okay, so contract count. That's a simple one to work out. We need to go generate, determine contract. And that is going to be firstly a 2d6 roll. So int roll equals d6 2. And then we want it to be a we need to get the hiring pool modifier equals hiring pool level. Get offers modifier. I am. No, this is that's not what we want to do here. How do we want to action this? Because this stage is we're just needing to focus on we're determining the employer of a contract. So public get contract employer. And that is going to return a hey Puff Strider, glad you could join us. I see you're on a 10 stream streak. So we're going to need to return a global employer value. And we can determine that by first rolling 2d6 int roll equals d6 twice. Not 20. Too many d6. We are then going to need. What are we adding here? So int is connections modifier, connections level. So we just use the equip level. So that means I'm going to need to update this with a quick level, which means I need to go and grab a toe. And see, this is one of the reasons why I like to have my books to hand. It's a lot easier for me to go, okay, I'll get this book, rather than needing to remember which folder the PDF is in, and I got to find the right page in the PDF. I am just grumbling here. This wouldn't normally be a problem. I'm only grumpy because I'm having to use Dropbox, and Dropbox is gross. Okay, a time of war, we need to go to connections. Wallace Lord of Owls says, why not keep all of your book PDFs in one? The thing is, I have a lot. Because I've been working on MekHQ for so long, I have a lot of PDFs. If I had just had them all in one file, I'd never be able to find anything. Okay, I found the table I need. So now I need to jump to here, and we need to have an equip level. Okay, equip level is going to be 0. Connections 1. So first equip is going to be connections 3. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so just goes up by 1 at this point. All I need from ATO. What it says, that's what the search bar is. But the thing is, I have them all stored in Dropbox, and I don't have the space on my Mac Mini, because my Mac Mini is very, very old. So I don't have the hard drive space to have all the PDFs on my hard drive. And so and Dropbox is just ass to use. Wallace says I use a Mac. I used to use Windows. I will never go back to Windows. I could never go back to Windows after being on Mac. The experience is so much better. Like, people mean that Mac is terrible. It really isn't. Okay. 2d6 roll modifiers. Okay, that's not what we're looking for. No, it is what we're looking for. Okay. Mercenaries and pirates seeking blah blah blah. Make 2d6 roll modifiers applicable to both the hiring hall world, if any, as found in the contract modifiers table, plus the force reputation modifier and connections. Okay. So next we need the hiring hall modifier. Int hiring hall modifier. Hiring hall level get employer modifier. What it says, that's a take I've honestly never heard before. No, I used to be I used to be like, oh no, Mac's terrible, yada yada yada. Like, as a developer and a content creator, Windows is so bad for me. And sure, maybe if I was gaming, if I had like a hardcore gaming computer, which I don't, because that's not what I use my computer for, then maybe Windows would be better. But especially given the state of recent Windows operating systems, like, Windows is fucking awful. Windows is so awful. Like, with a Mac, I can basically do whatever I want on my computer. Windows has so many, like, blockers, and I remember the last time I was on Windows, like, it would constantly be changing my preferences, because they would update it and then reset it to default. And then OneDrive causing no end of problems. This Windows update constantly breaking things. Whereas on Mac, I have never had a bad update experience. Knock on wood. My computer feels like it's my computer when I'm on Mac. Whereas if they hate OneDrive, OneDrive's terrible. Hiring one modifier, connections modifier, force reputation modifier is going to be the last one. So then we go int total, going to be roll plus hiring hall modifier plus connections modifier plus force reputation modifier. Yeah, I got those on mine. I think it also depends on what you're. So Oak says they Windows Dev, Mac Home Laptop. Windows Dev is better, Mac Day to Day is better. It all comes out in the wash. I agree that it all comes out in the wash. I think for me personally, as a developer, I've had a better experience on Mac. But I do agree that it's the whole Mac versus Window thing is just horseshit. Like, it really is. Puffstrider says, all I can think about is the astronaut radioing. I also see that I have 2 Microsoft Outlooks and neither one of those is working. Okay, so that's going to give us the role. What we now need to do is go over to global. Ook says the Visual Studio and VS Code is much better than the other dev experiences, IntelliJ included. I respectfully disagree. For Java, I really couldn't go to any other IDE than IntelliJ. I've tried a bunch of them, and IntelliJ is just the best Java dev experience. Well, it says, I'd argue the main reason to not use Mac is so you can probably repair and upgrade your device, but I guess laptops aren't really upgradable regardless. So, my Mac Mini ran into a problem last year, where the port board just died. And so I took it to to the Apple Store. Keeping in mind this is 2025, so this is 5 years after the sort of like I got the Mac, and they took it, and for free they basically gave me a whole brand new computer. They had to chase. They replaced the boards. They replaced a whole bunch of other stuff, and the computer they gave back to me was essentially a whole new thing, just in the old shell. And for that, all I have to pay is a couple of dollars a month for Apple Care. Whereas if I was on a Windows computer, I would have to replace the whole motherboard. And that would be, in this day and age, that would be expensive. So yes, I would say the lack of right to repair is a problem. But right now, with how Apple Care works, I personally have no complaints. I really like having the peace of mind to know that if something goes wrong with my Apple computer, I can just take it to the nearest Apple store, and they're all over the world. But the nearest Apple store, and it's not far from me, and they will just fix the problem for me. Warsign says it's basically computer repair insurance. It is literally that. It is literally that. If something goes wrong with your Apple and you've got Apple Care, you are sorted. And it's really, really not much, not expensive. Ook says the shenanigans in PC parts currently is crazy. Yeah, no, it really, really is. Okay, heading over to here, we now need to determine which we get. So, public list global. Get all employers for int. So, for values, no, that's not quite right. List global valid role. Well, it says one of the reasons I like having a PC is they can replace the parts over time. That is a thing. Like, for me, if I want a new computer, I have to get a new computer. I can't just say, okay, I want to replace the motherboard now, I want to replace the RAM now. This is what it comes down to. The phrase swings and roundabouts come to mind. There are advantages to going Mac, there are advantages to going PC. I personally, and I do want to emphasize that, I personally do not like PC. What am I doing? Did I not make that public? I did. Oh, it needs to be static. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Okay, so that's going to give us our valid employer. How do we want to do this? Because I don't want to be in a situation with a player. Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. Because right now I'm thinking of a dialogue similar to the existing contract generation dialogue. Oh, bear with me just a second, gonna sneeze. Because right now, I'm imagining that we as MekHQ generate all the contract stuff. What if the player clicks on a button and says, hey, I want these, I want to search for a contract, and then we say, hey, no contracts found. And if we do find, we say, okay, well, here are your options for employer. No, I don't like that. That's really spammy. Because players are going to want it to just be done for them. In that case, let's add a note. Cannot, page 39, provides fifth printing, states that a player can pick any employer at or below their role. This creates a UX issue for MekHQ to avoid spamming player. We instead pick a valid employer at random. That'll work. How do I weight it? Oh, I can just add a value. That'd be easy. Good weight. And weight is going to be upper band. No, that's not. How do I want to do this? I mean, we could just take it at the straight roll. That would work, honestly. Rather than getting all employees for role, say get employer for role, and rather than returning a list, we'll just return a single object. We'll say for value and values, if value is within range, return value. I'm going to call it employer. I wonder, will that work? Because this is all assuming that all of the valid employers of this type are around. But I suppose we can say, okay, let's look for a superpower. Oh, we don't have a superpower. Let's look for a major power. Don't have a major power, minor power, independent. Just go down the chain. That would work, actually, thinking about it. Okay, we can do that. That can work then. In which case, we don't need it to be weighted. Let's go for a logger. Do I have a logger here? I do not have a logger here. Let's create one. I don't think we can make it static. It has to be static. Okay, in that case, rather than defining it here. Let's take it down here. There we go. And we're also going to need this over an independent. Because the way independent works is if you roll an independent, you then need to roll to see what type of independent is. And we're going to default planetary government, I think. That makes sense to me. Don't need to do that. Or that. Okay. So this is going to give us our employer. Use the exact employer. There we go. Okay, so that's going to give us our employer. Look, says load static loggers like that make code hard to test generally. Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not testing the logger. So if I was testing the logger, then sure. No, you're right, because I am going to be wanting to test this. There has to be a way to do a logger. Because I can't not log it. Let's see if that just doesn't throw up. Because if it doesn't throw up, I don't need to worry too much. Because I would like to be able to test. Ook says, like a link IOC and required getters instead of... Yeah, C++, I really, really wish we had the automatic getters and setters from C++. Let's see if this... I'm hoping this won't throw up. But we will see. Can I make that static as well? No, I can't. I can't. That has to not be static, because otherwise we won't be able to call it in the initializer. Okay. Yeah, we'll just see if this doesn't shit the bed. Because I suppose we're calling this after we've initialized the class. So it's not like a resource bundle where we can't. No, we'll soon know this problem. So role, hiring hall, connections, force modifier. So this is going to give us our employer. And we need to make a secondary, we need to make an independent employer role. Dependent employer role. And this is actually the same, I believe. Let me just double check IntelliJ. But yeah, no, I would love to one day move MekHQ over to C#. The corporation results, but I'm not caring about that. Okay, I was just double checking that the independent employer role work the same way. Ook says that, that they're moving MekHQ to C# is a big lift and a big dream. It is. One of the reasons I'd love to move to C# is, one, it's a more modern language, but B, it would enable us to actually use things like Unity as well. The things that, like say what you will about Unity, it has definitely a lot of problems, but the things that we could do with an actual game engine as opposed to just everything being hard coded would be huge. It's global employer. Actually, I can do this. No, that's okay. So if you wonder why I'm fapping around a little bit, it's because I'm still trying to figure out exactly what kind of architecture I'm wanting here. In which case we just go this roll. Unity would pull down the IP lawyers so quickly. It potentially would, yeah. No, there are so many problems with it. It's why it's a dream, not a reality. Okay, so we're going to get our global employer type, which is our like major, minor, whatever, and independent employer type. Now we use that in the event that we have an independent, or we're going to use an independent global type. So that's going to give us our employer. So now what we need to do, now we have our employer. We need to find an employer. Yeah, that's what we need to do. Okay. So let's commit initial employer termination check. Look. Take care, Oak. Sleep well. Glad you could join us, even if only for a little while. So what do we want to do now? I think some water is what I want to do. I think we need a current location. Current location. And now, how does ATB determine? So let's go to ATB contract and let's steal some homework. No, the ATB contract market, I suspect. Whatever, we'll just go to ATB contract, we'll just grok our way back. Because what we are looking for specifically is set employer. Okay, so we have a random faction generated instance, get employer faction, get short name. Let us have a look at that. Build employer map in random item. Build a map of potential employers weighted by the number of systems controlled within the search area. It's a weighted integer map. Oh, Raider's having a fire alarm. Okay, well, try not to burn down. Let us know when you come back safe. So we're going to build, this gives us our array of employers. Because this is going to specifically build us a employer map. I want to direct access the employer map. How are we getting factions in region? For faction, get faction in region. False alarm, heat from outside. Wow, that must be really freaking warm where you are. Oh god, all right. Shh. Okay, so border tracker is going to give us that, but how do we determine where we are? So I'm quiet because I'm thinking. Because what I'm trying to figure out is where are we? So this is generate ATB contract. So I'm trying to decipher how we're determining. So random faction generator get instance. Okay, so that's great. Aha, this is we're fetching current location. So this is going to need to be updated for once we have the ability to, we factor in the ability to handle multiple locations. That's where it's going to be. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get the instance. I'm going to add a getter. Public, whatever. Build a get employer. We're also going to get faction hints. Faction hints. Faction hints. Because this line here, the get employee map, is just going to give us the ATB set of values. For faction in borders, so factions in region, get these. Oh, we already actually have that value. Nice. Let's get rid of this old code, starters. Why are we not generating fact plan here? Oh, because clans don't use mercenaries. Except they kind of do. Okay, so I'm going to go onto the MegaMek Discord and let's go into BattleTech Universe and use the Universe Brains. I could have swore there was a clan mercenary organization. Clan mercenaries. No clan era, so we're now checking out Sana. Okay, so C-Box is a reliable bonding agent once the Fox Canate began intermediating as a broker between mercenaries and clients. Okay, because yeah, the Battle for Terra, the clans use the Wolf's Dragoons. So let's use the Battle of the Terra as a okay, so I say if once we get to the mercenary bonding commission, which is the Sea Fox thing. Oh, it's the mercenary bonding authority. Starts in 3133. We know that Clan Wolf uses mercenaries, and we can presume that Clan Sea Fox does as well. So this now changes. If faction get short name, it's Clan Wolf, or faction get short name Clan Sea Fox. Let's just double check those are the right clan terms, keys rather. Clan Wolf is right, and Clan Sea Fox is also right. And we also have the Wolf Empire. Is that something different? It's just renamed Clan Wolf. Okay, cool. Radar asks, so the Republic of the Spheres jump ship blocker thing is part of the game? It is, yeah. So, if faction is clan, it's the clan handler. If game year, do we have access to game? Oh, current date. Current date year is equal or after 3133. When was the battle for Terra? Is that 3050? $3051. PHP59 says, does the shield around Terra ever disappear? From what I know, it's still up around Terra at the end of the current timeline. I don't know. It doesn't look like we have anything here. If clan C box uses mercenaries. Or is clan wolf users. So what I'm going to come in, if we don't have any factions, we are not going to generate anything. However, if the factions clan, I'm going to check, are they C-boxing, but C-boxing using mercenaries, or are they clan wolf and using mercenaries? That gives us those. If they're not, we're going to continue as a clan. If the faction is the Republic of the Sphere, let's replace all this crap. String faction short. So we are using this a lot. So let's cache it. I might as well cache the current year because we're using that in a couple of places. We're also using current date in a couple of places as well, but we can cache and take advantage of that. Saves us like no memory whatsoever, but we can be happy knowing that we have been slightly optimized. Which during Fortress Republic. Apparently we're using that check in a few different places. Mercenary faction code. Okay. Skip faction to us. Okay, so this checks to make sure the faction is actually valid. We can move this a little higher. How do they want to handle mercenaries? Because mercenaries won't have any planets. Yeah, we'll just don't add mercenary warriors here. They're handled explicitly elsewhere. So doing the clan checks there. Is during Fortress Republic. So let's go ahead and break all this code out. And I'm going to go check for early exit. Add factions that do not control any planets to the employee list. Okay, that makes sense. So we can break this out as well. Add any contained factions. Interesting. Does that return null? No, it can't return null. So this should be checking if this is empty. Oh, it's saying, okay, there might be a null contained faction. Okay. So if contained faction is not clan, so this is actually an abbreviated version of the earlier checks. So what we can do is we can actually just fire check for early exit. And we can actually do even cooler trick here is if faction equals null, return true. I'm not entirely sure what we're returning here. Oh, okay, it's return true. Okay. And that allows us to have the nullable flag here. And we can just duplicate this beautiful check right here in the any contained factions. And we don't have to use this null safety anymore because this null safety is getting replaced by check this. Int current. Okay, so what the crap's happening here? Order tracker get borders get system size times int number of order system. That's probably a double. Let's see. Get wait. I see your question there, PS359. I will reply in a bit. Okay, so PS359 says, what are you working on now? So is it something to do with generating and removing active contracts? So we are in the middle of a of the massive rewrite to contracts. And what we're doing now is we're working on the codes that determines who your employer is. Okay, so employer map, current date, current year. Just make that go down here. PS Prime Free Finance has managed to get hotspots to credits to reach. I've heard good things about that book. I haven't had a chance to look at it myself, but I have heard good things. Add potential. There we go. Okay, what is our 500,000 error messages for? Oh, I see what we've done. There we go. Add an accidental curly bracket. So this is going to give us our map of employers. What we now need to do is take our map and we then need to pass it for the type of employer that we're looking for. So we don't really care about the integer. That's not really important. I mean, I guess it is. So how do we want to handle this? I guess, okay, so if we go for faction, employer faction, come on, employer faction. No. What we do is we because in an ideal world, we would just. Where are we using employer map? Okay, so we're using it in two places, both within the random faction generator. So let's go ahead and. How many places are we returning this? Okay, a shit ton of places, including a whole bunch of tests. Gross. Create a deprecated version of this. So we're going to build the employer map, and what I want it to be is we're going to have a global employer table value, employer type. And when we check for the early exit, we're now going to pass in the employer type. Yeah, that's great. Go away. And as part of our checks, we are just going to see switch employer type. And we know we have a handful of employer types. Nice and easy. Split that right. And what we will do is we'll have a case for independent. We'll have a case for minnow, major, and superpower. And faction is PSP Finance says superpower was like Terran Hegemony or pre-breakup Federated Commonwealth. Exactly. PSP Finance says, from what I've seen, most factions can offer mercenary contracts. I think I've seen planetary government contracts as well. No, you haven't. Mercenaries are hard-coded in, but planetary government contracts are not. Okay, so we can't really check the minor power because I can almost guarantee our minor power values aren't actually stocked. So let's have a look at our data. Go through the faction data and see, have we actually populated the factions? Okay, looks like a good number of them do have minor. Okay, in that case we can check for minor. Good, good. And then default, Mr. Bear, you're okay, little buddy. I know you've got a lot to say today, but I'm working. So Mr. Bear's being very talkative. He wants all the attention and love in the world. Are you okay, Mr. Bear? Yeah? Okay, so independent's only going to return true if it is independent. So that's not going to be helpful. Do we have any faction using the noble? Just no ultimatums. That's small. Okay, so we have some calling using small. So we can wrap small. Actually, let's just move you to the side. I highly doubt we have a planetary government tag for anything. do not. About corporation. Okay, we do, but none of those corporations own planets. How are we handling deep periphery? Okay, what we're going to do here is... I've been changing the wrong one. Whoopsie doodles. Boolean include. If not include, and continue. Apply faction filter. Okay. So this is, by the way, what a brand new feature looks like. Where we're just kind of finding our way through the code. Should have some more errors. Suspicious that I don't, but we'll work with that. Okay, so this is going to give us our employer map based on our filter. And we're going to test. Faction is employer map empty. If it is, we now need to lower the type. So let's go to the global table and public public static get next lowest employer. This doesn't need to be static, but it can be nullable. Jakarta, that's not what it is. Return switch. This. Independent is going to return null. Minor power is going to return independent. Major power is going to return minor. And superpower is going to return major. So we can actually do this in a little bit of a better way. Let us go and we'll make the employer map. And we're going to start by making it a new hash map. It actually needs to be a abstract weighted map. No, we need to do this a different way. So let's go for Boolean. Continue. Is map empty equals true. And we're going to go while is map empty. And global employer type is not equal null. We're in a loop. So we're going to start by building the employer map with the employer type. And then we're going to interrogate it. Is map empty equals employer map is empty. And if is map empty, we need to update the global type. There we go. So we now go determine employer type from callbacks if necessary. No. What we now need to do is, while we have that correct, we can do one better. Okay, we're getting an employer map. If it's empty, then we need to do all this. If it is not empty, action. Employer faction is going to equal employer map random item. And then we're going to break. So let's walk through this. If the map is empty and global employer type equals null, we're going to build the employer type and going to check is it empty again. If it is empty, we're going to downgrade the employer type, and that will cause us to cycle through. There we go. If it is not empty, we're going to get a random employer. Get employer. There we go. So if the map is not empty, we're going to return the employer line. Otherwise, we're just going to cycle down. It means we don't actually need to track this anymore. There we go. So that gives us our employer. Now, there are some extra steps that we need to do if because if the employer type is independent, we do need to do some extra steps. But right now, for non-independent employers, that is correct. What I'm going to do is I'm going to step away from the computer because I need to think about how we're doing this, because I'm not entirely sure what we're doing right now is the right thing to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put us on Be Right Back, and I'm going to take Mr. Bear out for the toilet because I think that's exactly why he's been crying. So I'm going to take Mr. Bear out for the toilet, and I'll be about 10 to 15 minutes. So now's a good time to go grab yourself something to eat or maybe a drink. Be back soon. And I am back. So I do wonder if we're going about this the wrong way. I wonder. Because the way it's currently set up, we are... Thanks for welcome back, Arastrazi. Basically, the way we're setting this up right now is that we're going to be excluding a bunch of employers. So I think what we need to do is we need to roll the independent employer type. So let's go Boolean is independent override. And that's going to be a switch. And check out our it's going to tell us that we're missing some branches, so let's go ahead and make those branches. Shazam. So independent override is basically going to mean that are we just going to ignore the fact that it's a independent? Which is basically going to be true for most of these. True, 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 and true. So it's going to tell us that a lot of these can be merged in. That's okay. So in the event that we are having an independent override, we are actually going to treat it as if is independent override. I'm going to treat this as a global employer type of superpower. So this is going to allow us to get basically anything. No, that's not going to work. What we have to do is we need to allow this to be nullable. Hey Knight, glad you could join us for your 20th stream streak. We're currently working on the rewrite to contract generation. We can add in null. Cool. Aristocratus, what entities are you hoping to exclude from the list? That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out, really. Because the way that MekHQ picks a employer is it looks at all the planetary systems in the search radius and then weights the employers based on how many times they appear and also whether they're major or super yada yada. However, it doesn't. That's not how it works in campaign operations. In campaign operations, you just generate the type of employer regardless of where you are. So we're kind of needing to marry the two. Knight says be sure to throw in some GM edits to terms in there. Yeah, no, that's the plan. Right now I'm working on the automation, and then we can go in. Once we know the automation works, we can go in and add GM stuff. The first barrier we're hitting is the contract generation stuff. Okay, here's what we're going to do. In the event that we have an independent override, we are going to add a secondary global employer level. That's going to return this and give us a new global employer, yada yada. But only if we're overriding it. If we're not overriding it, this is going to equal null on purpose. There we go. So let's walk through the code. What is happening here? Well, first of all, we can break this out. Get secondary global employer type. So first we're going to roll to see what the global employer type is. We're also getting an independent employer type in case we ever need to use that. If the the global, no, that's not working. So I got a massive bug bite on my wrist. So first generates the global employer type. If global employer type is independent, then we need to do an extra step. Now we generate the independent employer type. However, we also need to check whether we're having a secondary global employer type, which is kind of like the mask. Global employer type mask. Knight asks, and will this wonderful new system account for our new split forces? I assume my forces in Outreach will get different offers from the force sitting on New Avalon. Correct. Now, right now in MekHQ, even with the split forces, it is not allowing you to take multiple contracts because you can have bases where things live, but you don't have forces where things live. You only have one toe. Just individual things live in individual places. So you can't have Alpha Battalion on Outreach and then Bravo Battalion on Farcad and then be taking contracts in both locations right now. The intention is that you will be able to, but I can only work with right now what is right now in how it's working. Because the location stuff is Psycho Monkey. So if you want that sort of thing, you need to request it to Psycho Monkey. All I'm doing is setting up the code so that we can turn on multi-contracts when we have the support to enable us to take advantage of multi-contracts. Okay, so we're getting the independent employer type. I'm getting the mask. Okay. The final global employer type will be if that doesn't even go okay, there we go. This is fucking complicated. Because what we're needing to do is in the events that we get independent, we need to find what type, like basically who is the parent of the independent faction. Independent faction parent. Faction table. There we go. I will explain what I'm doing in a second. Okay, so we come in, we roll to the global employer type, we also roll in an independent employer type in case we need it. We're then checking down here, if the global employer type is independent, then we need to find out who the independent faction is a part of. So we're going to check, is it overriding? We're going to get the new faction type, which will check, are we overriding? If we're not, we're just going to say check for independent. If we are overriding, we're then going to get a new faction, and we're going to be checking the faction lists for that faction, not for independent. If we don't get a new faction type because we're not overriding, so if it's major periphery or minor periphery, then we're going to return the original faction type, which will be independent. So that gives us our final faction type. So then we can get an employer based on that. Employer search type. That's better. So that's going to give us our employer. Have any copy left? I do not. Now let's check campaign options. Is the employer type just for flavor? Looks like it. Potentially. Okay. What a mess. So this allows us now to get our employer. Let's write some documentation because this is going to be hard to follow. So we are outright basically about to delete most of this. We start by determining the global employer type. We also generate an independent in case we need it. If global employer type is independent, then we generate a second this second value is then used to help us pick a faction the independent employer is acting on behalf. For the purposes contract pay terms other clauses either global employer type or independent employer type should be used employer search faction type only exists to create to assist search. We should break this out. This doesn't need to be in the same method as the other one. That should all be good. Okay, let's, what are we failing here? Missing a return statement. Okay, let's just make this return null. Oh no, it's good. So this needs to be nullable so we can fail to generate an employer. Action, employer equals global employer, try, no, employer map. Oh no, we've already closing that in there. So yeah, this just needs to return null. We should also log that we failed to logger. Oh, we need to set up a logger. There is a certain joy to be had in creating a brand new feature. And that is the joy in that you get to determine the level of quality of the initial code. The downside is that it can be a bit of a pain in the ass because you're needing to factor in not just how you want the system to work, but how potentially an unknown developer in the future might want it to work. Now to generate employer of type. How is everybody doing today? I know I've not been interacting as much as I would normally with chat. It's just this is very mentally intensive. So yeah, how is everybody doing? Are you all having good days? Your work day going well, I hope? I know Knight is still working at school and is free from students for the foreseeable. I also see that Hammond put an announcement out about the new artillery code that we're pushing in 51.01. It's very exciting. Radar says they're doing their best not to melt their burritos. Oh no, they're doing their best not to melt themselves, but they had burritos for lunch. I I absolutely love Mexican food. Mexican food's the kind of the thing that surprises me the most. When I came to America, I kind of thought it's just like whatever Mexican food. I heard I heard the reputation of Taco Bell, and I know that's not really Mexican food, but I sort of heard the reputation of a Taco Bell and all that good stuff. That's like whatever. Because I've always been a bit of a curry fiend. I love a good curry. But coming over here and having Mexican food for the first time, I am in love. I even like Taco Bell, and again, I know Taco Bell isn't strictly Mexican food. It's more like the McDonald's equivalent of Mexican food. But I really like Taco Bell. I really like Mexican food. I love it. I love a good burrito, and what I tend to do is I have a big burrito, and then I cut it open, and I pour queso into the burrito because I'm a fat bastard. And burrito, just like with queso poured all over it, is so good. One of the things I'm looking forward to when our finances stabilize, because obviously we've just moved, moving's expensive. And so when our finances finally stabilize, I want us to all go out and find like a really nice Mexican restaurant around here, because we've not had a chance to explore yet. Right after they skip the middleman, they put the queso in the meat as they're cooking it. Oh, there we go. So that gives us our employer. Where are we generating the employer? So we should add in to do. To do. Once we have the technology, and let's put it tech, the tech 2. Multiple combat forces scattered about in a sphere. Let's see. Should update this to no longer use campaign location. Me, and it is the 29th of June 26. Okay, so this is all the code really to handle fetching employers for mercenary campaigns. So let's go ahead and handle this by saying added mercenary campaign employer fetch. However, mercenary campaigns aren't the only type of campaign because of course they're not. So we need to break this out and you go get mercenary action. What? No, get employer using mercenary method. However, if we are a pirate, we do different things. So now we're going to need to implement a switch. So, switch, and it is going to be, I need to return the switch, return swatch, and this is campaign type. Now, mercenary, super obvious, we know how that works. Pirate uses the same, however, it has different settings. So Boolean is pirate, now needs to be entered. So mercenary, not pirate. Pirate is pirate. And now CAP says says picking employer is not so different to determining an employer as so much as selecting a victim. Pirates roll in the same manner as mercenary force with the no haul modifier and ignore reputation for this roll. The result is the victim target. Okay, so we don't actually need to do that at all. What we need to do instead is just return the pirate faction. So let's back out of this, because I jumped ahead and I should have read. Because reading the rules explains the rules sometimes. Factions, get faction, factions get instance, get pirate faction. No, okay, fine. Get faction, pirate faction. Now, I would like to have the ability to do privateer contracts, but right now we're just going to go with the basic bitch stuff. So that handles pirates, but what about government forces? Oh, is the PR for overhead arms quirk to be implemented? I actually thought we already had that, but I guess not. That's cool. A government force employer is always their chosen government. No role is necessary or possible. Okay. So we now need to know who is the campaign faction. In which case, if we're going to be doing that, we no longer need to pass in campaign type. Faction. That's correct. Because campaign type is going to be get campaign type from faction. That's as simple as return if campaign faction is pirate. No pirate. Then return pirate. If campaign faction is mercenary, we're going to return mercenary. If it's not these, we're just going to return government. This will give us access to the same information, but with a nice little helper. Now I can change this to as a type of switch, the new type of switch, but I don't actually know the syntax off my top of my head, so I don't want to figure that out just yet. Radar says the overhead arms quirk was construction only. Oh, I'm very glad to see that's getting implemented then, because that's like a big quirk for a lot of clan mechs. So let's add some. Hammer says this changes the game for the Dasher. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Also glad you could join us today, Hammer. You've joined us just in time for IntelliJ to start crashing or my keyboard to stop working. There we go, it's back again. So, Cam. Oh. Get back there. I didn't tell you to go on that line, so you go on that line. Cam Ops. Page 39. States that mercenaries get a semi-random employer. Not employer. We generate this by looking at all potential employers in the contract search radius. Our generation method is based on the table found on the above, in the above cited page, but is not an exact match due to code. We'll go for legacy reasons. pirate factions always have themselves as the employer. And government factions. And we define government factions as any campaign faction that is not pirate or mercenary. Okay. That's that handled. So this is now all the code that will get us an employer. So let's add the final employer code. Final employer code. Reading through this all looks good. So this class, the only thing this class does, in addition to this, to do added use once we support multi-locational. So next up, we now need to do the enemy determination, which is going to be very similar to contract determination, I suspect, but enemies. I see I'm getting spammed the kingdom comes, so bear with me. Okay, that seems fine. Okay, next on our agenda, as I say, we're going to have a look at picking our employer. So let's get rid of these, go into our project. I think how I want to handle this. I guess we just start with a class. Contract. Enemy. So how does ATB pick the enemy? Let's find out together. And says they're wandering off to do work stuff. Well, have a good day at work. Radar says I picked the enemy for a series of tubes and telescopes. Okay, let's get employer faction. Where are we getting enemy faction? Set enemy code. Oof, okay. Okay, so if the contract's type is pirate hunting, we're going to be hunting pirates. I mean, that stands to reason. But at this stage, we don't have access to what the employer faction is. The contract type, rather. So these overrides will need to come later. Okay, so here's our first hurdle. We actually need to go back to employee determination. And we need to say, when we're picking here, we're actually going to change this to pirate as well. No, we're going to, just for the sake of clean code, even though these case values are going to be the same, we're going to separate them out. Pirate factions ostensibly employ themselves, but for the purposes of contract generation, we need to pick a random employer. We will then later override this employer with the pirate faction. No, don't. And that's just adding extra steps that are wholly unnecessary. So let's go back to enemy determination and now having a look at how ATB did it. So going back to the random contract generator. And we're looking at who are the enemies to the faction that we picked. So I need the employer code. I'm also putting this wholly in the wrong place. Public contract enemy determination. I can always tell when I have ATB contract open because my computer just chugs. We need to have, so to pick an enemy, we need to know here is the next hurdle. MekHQ needs to know the contract type before we've picked who the enemy is. Can we do that under ATB, StratCon even? Ah, okay. So we're actually meant to determine the employer first. Ah, I see. Okay. Now I'm understanding. So pirate does need to use the get employer mercenary method. Pirate factions are actually picking their victim at this stage. Victim is then used to generate contract type and then later overwritten by the pirate faction. There we go. To make sure you did the above. Okay, so in that case, we're actually jumping ahead. We shouldn't be here yet. So we can actually delete this class. And we'll come back and we'll say that we tweaked pirate faction generation. Pirate tweaked pirate employer generation. So now we need to pick our contract type. Contract. Well, this is actually going to be mission. Mission objective. Type determination. So the good thing here is this is largely just one big giant table. Check this right. That's right. Cool, cool. Go ATP. And while I take a break to catch my breath, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider hitting the follow button so we can let you know when we're live. We go live 5 times a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, as well as Friday evening, where we do the Scritorious Bastards live campaign. If you're feeling saucy, there's a subscription button. All proceeds are going directly to get me a new computer so I can have an easier time of developing. And of course, so I can produce even better content for you guys. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell, and consider joining us over in Twitch sometime. As I say, you know when we go live. And we also have a Discord channel, which you'll find in the place where Discord links live. That's where all the cool kids hang out. I mean, I'm patently lying. None of us are cool, but we can at least pretend. And when we're playing with imaginary space robots, isn't that what we're doing, really? We're pretending. I have lost my PDF. There it is. I need to get my books out of their stacking box. So, determining the mission. After determining the employer or victim, for each opportunity, the next step is to determine the type of mission offered. Again, the details differ by force type. Note that this negotiation may be handled remotely. A force commander need to be present, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about that. Mercenaries. So, determine the mission, make one negotiation skill check per offer, and apply both the negotiation skill modifiers and the hiring hall modifiers. Then roll 2d6 again and add the margin of success to negotiation roll. This result determines the force's mission, consulting the missions table. So, to determine the mission, make one negotiation skill check per offer, okay, and apply both the negotiation skill modifiers and the hiring hall modifiers, okay. Then roll 2d6 again, and add the margin of success to the negotiation skill roll. The result determines the force's mission, consulting the missions table below. If using a time of war, connections may also be called upon. The equip value adds to the modifier to determine mission rolls for offers that month. So here is another problem that we're running into. So on tabletop, the player is able to pick, do they want to have to apply their negotiations positively, or do they want to apply their negotiations negatively? The problem with this, though, it basically means that once you have a lot of contract types, it tends to get a bit wonky. Because basically what ends up happening is contract type just stacks just towards covert, and you end up only ever getting covert and black ops stuff. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to bypass that entirely. We're probably going to have that as a campaign option. So let's say we're going to want to have a public class. And what values do we need? First, we need a negotiator. So person, negotiator, who the player is most definitely going to have to be able to pick. So let's add a to-do. To-do, player must be able to pick the negotiator. Because not being able to pick your negotiator is fucking terrible. I think we can all agree on that point. So the negotiator will need to make a skill check. Let's public whatever void get objective. So first we need to make a skill check. So person check skill. Okay, so negotiator needs to be a class level. Private final blah. This negotiator equals negotiator. Negotiator check skill. And we want the skill S negotiation. Okay. Strings S negotiation. Did I change it? I did. Okay. It used to be S neg. So first we want to check the skill negotiation. What are my other options here? Check skill boolean. Is using age effects, is clan campaign, state. Or we can just pass in the campaign directly. I really don't want to have to pass in the campaign directly. So we're going to have to negotiation. Oh, we can just copy this across. Next, we definitely need this information because negotiation is one of the skills that can be affected by age if you're in a clan campaign. Now, I mentioned this in the last class, but some of these class level variables may not stay class level. We'll just put it in the class level for now, and then what we'll do is we'll see which ones are being used in multiple places and which ones aren't, and then we'll vary based on that. One of the reasons why we want to have this stuff at the class level is also because you can generate multiple contracts at the same time, and we don't want to be reinitializing these classes constantly. So it's just an optimization thing largely. Now, the sad thing is we will have to pass in campaign here. I really would rather not, but we have to. The reason we have to is because we need to be able to post a report. Campaign add report. Come on, IntelliJ. Oh, fuck's sake. So IntelliJ has crashed because IntelliJ really loves to crash right now. We are well and truly facing the shitification of IntelliJ. It's very frustrating. Let's see how much work we lost. Okay. Well, seeing as we're passing campaign in anyway, we might as well just do it down here instead. Okay, skill check. Then we need to get the information from the skill check. We need Oh, we need to resolve it, that's right. Boolean is use edge equals negotiator. Get options. Come on. Boolean option. And oh, it's fucking IntelliJ is now analyzing the entire project because it just trashed its cache. Great. Well, this is enforcing a break on us, I guess. To do replace with actual edge option. Current is just a placeholder. So what we're doing is we're going to say, hey, does this character have edge enabled? And if they do they have any edge available? Actually, while that's doing this thing, let's check. Do we actually need to check the edge is available or will? Okay, so we don't actually need to manually check if edge is available. We do it already there. That's actually marginally helpful. I think I might make some baked potatoes with chili tonight. Yeah, I'm getting a little hungry. Come on. I'll just go to the source instead. So again, this is just purely a placeholder option so that we can have a valid thing to pass in. What else do we need? We need a reason. Contract. No, determining contract objective. And we might as well add a resource so we don't have to worry about remembering it later. Skill check determine. Private static final string resource bundle There we go. Passing the reason. And there we go. Actually, we can actually make reason a private field. It probably doesn't need to be static though. But specifically, the margin of success is what we're looking for. Int negotiation modifier. Get negotiation modifier. And seeing as we're getting a result here, why don't we add our report here? Add report, skill check, skill check, and there should be result, and there should be results text. Oh, get report actually is what I want, and we definitely want the margin of success. Okay, so that gets us our negotiation modifier. So now we're going to add some more further notes. Cam ops page. Ooh, what page are we on? 40. Revised. Fifth printing states player apply there. What are we applying? The negotiations and connections modifiers negatively to produce more covert results. As we cannot spam the player requests, we're instead going to tie this polarity to hiring pool type with questionable hiring halls more likely to give covert mission objectives. There we go. This allows us to get the best of both worlds. We also need to grab connections. Now, the connections here are going to be from the negotiator. So int connections level. So connections is going to be static, so we should actually have instead this connections modifier equals negotiator get connections. Oh, we actually want get adjusted connections. We're not excluding temporary adjustments, and we're looking here. Actually want connections level. Let's go back to how do we determine that over here? We just passed it in. Let's define it properly. So let's go int connections. Connections level. Pass connections for int, and that's going to give us what we're looking for. Where are we using that though? Oh, that's fine. But that will do us good. Can this return negative? No, it cannot. Perfect-o mundo. Int adjusted connections. Cool. Negotiator, get adjusted connections. And we are not excluding temporary modifiers. There we go. So we come down here. Negotiation modifier is whatever. And we're going to add the connections modifier, which is very simply connections get equip level. Now we're going to come back over here and we're going to make it more explicit that we're actually specifically looking for, adjusted connections level. So it had to be like a visual reminder that, hey, we want the adjusted value, not the raw value. This also means we need to know what the hiring hall we're in. If hiring hall is questionable, then these get reversed. They mean to actually get the actual roll. So int is roll equals d6 times 2. And then result is roll plus negotiation plus get mission. Fantastic. So now that we have the mission role, we now need to determine what we're actually getting. And that's going to come down to who we are and also who the employer is. So how do we want to do this? I think private ATB contracts type. So a while ago, I added all of the different contract types. Now you're about to learn why. Get objective type for inner sphere or clan. So that's one of the things that we need to do. And switch is just going to be roll. And we're doing it this way. We also should do some clamping. So, clamp. So what we've done here is we are clamping the value so it will always be between 2 and 12. Oh, we don't have a logger here. Let us make one. This actually should be an error. And then we will return. No. So because we're clamping the values, we should never end up with a result that is higher or less than 2. So we're going to mark that as an error if that happens. So we need to get objective types for inner sphere or clan. We also have objective types for independent. And we're now on page 40 of campaign options if you're wanting to, campaign operations if you're wanting to follow along at home. Operation. This is get special objective. Okay. And lastly, we have, lastly, get overt objective type. The last one, the actual real last one, is pirate. So, how does this all work out? Well, we scroll back to the top. If we roll a 2, we're going to have a covert objective type. And we're going to need to get a new role. I've lost mission role. There we go. Does it actually give me guidance? If the result is covert and the force is non-clan, roll again on the covert column. If the result is special, roll again on the special column. If the force is clan, ignore special and covert results and re-roll the inner sphere clan column. Oh, that's helpful. Okay. How do I want to handle this? Let's just make a secondary role. No, we only need a secondary role if we actually need a secondary role. So get mission role. I'm doing the wrong one. So if we roll a 2, we're getting a convert mission type, which requires us to have campaign. I don't want to be passing campaign around a lot, so we are going to actually make campaign a class level variable. because we're fetching far too much stuff in campaign, and I really don't like passing campaign around. Okay, so then we need to get mission roll. Lord. Okay. Yield that, and there we have it. Now 3 is special, so we're going to basically need to do the exact same thing here, except now we need to do get special objective type. Get special objective type. Um, 4 is pirate hunting. Five is planetary assault. Planetary assault. 6 objective raid. 7 is also objective raid. Now we can squash these down later. Right now I'm just interested in copying the table exactly as is. 4 is pirate hunting, 5 is planetary assault, 6 is objective raid, 7 is objective raid, 8 is extraction raid, 9 is recon raid. Recon raid. Ten is garrison. $11 is cadre. And 12 is special again. So that gives us the table exactly as is, but now we can squash down some of the results. It's all good. Now, the special clause for clan stuff, where they don't get some of these contracts, we're going to have to come back in and do that in a bit. But we're going to go ahead and move forwards with the other stuff for now. Okay, for independence, the first one is a covert. We can copy that in. The second is special. Number 4 is planetary assault. Five is objective raid. 6 is extraction raid. 7 is pirate hunting. Do love a good pirate hunting. 8 is security duty. With 9 being objective raid, which is objectively a raid. 10, Mr. Garrison duty. 11 is cadre. And 12 is going to be special. corporation. First one is covert. Nice sneaky beaky. Then we have special. Oh no, corporation's covert again on free. Naughty, naughty. With 4 being special. Five is objective raid. 6 is extraction raid. 7 is recon raid. 8 is going to be objective raid again. Got 9 is going to be security duty. Got to defend those corporate interests. 10 is Mr. Garrison duty. 11 is cadre or garrison duty. Okay. Int. New role is going to be just a D2. Random int 1. If new role equals 0, then we're going to yield cadre duty. Else we're going to yield garrison duty. And then 12 is special. Let's squash those down. Okay, so now we're on to the special, and the first one is to immediately have it as covert. Then 3 is guerrilla. The contract type everybody learns to avoid early on. Next one is also guerrilla. 5 is recon raid. Then we have extraction raid. And 7 is retainer. Then we have recon raid. 9 is relief duty. 10 is diversionary raid. 11 is going to be an odd or even one. So, on the roll of a 0, it is riot duty. Otherwise, garrison duty. And lastly, 12 or more is going to be cadre or garrison duty. Now I can see us using these a lot, these odds or even ones, so I would like to create a utility method. Pick alternating contract objective type. Get non-standard objective. Get covert objective. And here we can do a similar thing. Let's say get special objective. This is just going to make the switches a little bit easier to read. Functionally, it doesn't do anything special. Oh, I should catch up on chat. I didn't realize you guys were chatting along. PS359 says, in the original Mercenaries Handbook, which dates back to 1986 or so, guerrilla warfare is considered the worst contract, though diversionary raid is close. Variety is also seen as terrible, but more because it's open to unit to possible war crimes charges or just general bad reputation. King Miles says, guerrilla warfare is kind of terrible still. Have to rely on smugglers for your monthly supply convoys, and they don't always deliver. Yeah, I had a lot of fun writing the smuggler responses when they steal your ship. That was a lot of fun. Okay, so that gives corporation. Okay. Okay, covert objective type. First one is, well, technically it's terrorism, but because terrorism is such a triggering term, we opted to, that's terrorism is actually referred to as far as the player is concerned, as Black Ops insurgency. Just because we just didn't really want to have the negative, not so much the negative connotations, so much as just like, we have a lot of vets in the player base, and King Mark says, to be clear, I am not complaining about guerrilla war contracts. Smugglers are some flavor and variety. Yeah, no, I definitely didn't take that as a complaint. I was more sort of commenting that I had a lot of fun writing that. But Darian says, also Black Ops just sounds cooler. It does. It's just less of a weighted term, and players can kind of interpret it how they see fit. PS359 says, yeah, it's such a loaded term that it's probably better just to avoid it. Yeah, that was my take as well. I'm looking at the wrong column. Covert, should we Black Ops insurgency, assassination, espionage, sabotage, guerrilla, recon, diversionary, observation. Mole hunting. And security. PSP59 says, I remember being quite surprised when I first saw that. I think it was in Field Manual Mercenaries Advice or something like that. Yeah, it's... You can definitely tell some of the older books were written pre-9/11. My housemate was actually in the city when the towers came down. They had planned, like them and their family had planned to go see the two towers or be in that general area when the first plane hit. But fortunately, they were not there. PSP59 says, I think that book was post 9/11. Mercenaries Revised. Let's find out together. Mercenaries Handbook Revised. BattleTech. You're right. It was written 3 years after the towers fell. Woof. I think woof sums it up. I don't think we can respond to anything else but that. Okay, and lastly not least, let's go down to Pirates, which is a whole lot of raids. We have Recon Raid, we have Recon Raid, we have Recon Raid until 5. Then it changes and it becomes different. It's now Objective Raid. Ooh, it's different. PSP Finance said they actually visited New York next to that. It's an event. Oh, sorry. Actually visited New York City in 2002. Ground Zero was still a ruin at that point. Vidarian says, I had co-workers at the top of one of the towers on that day. There was an executive leadership glass meeting room with the news watching it happen live. My cubicle is right next to that. It's an event that I'll have trouble dealing with. Yeah, no, I can only imagine. Yeah, and this is kind of exactly the point I was trying to make as to why we rebranded the one of the contract objective types, because nobody needs to be reminded of those kinds of experiences when they're playing this silly little mech game. But Aaron says their dad and their brother-in-law should have been there at that time, but they were running late. Yeah, I hate the quote, but it is such a accurate quote in that saying is a date that live on in infamy, and I see it as our generation's Pearl Harbor in a way. PSP59 says, in the military, my understanding is that you usually use the word insurgent and insurgency rather than, yeah. Yeah, including that as a contract type is a choice. It is not a choice I agree with. Okay, so now we need to jump back up and we just need to do a little tweak for clan campaigns. So I am needing to cut out a 2, a 3, and a 12 or more. Without screwing up the... I mean, obviously there is the we can literally just roll as many times as we need until we hit a value that we want, but that's gross. So what we'll do instead is we go back to this. We're going to go ahead and make a special version of the default inner sphere. So right now it says inner sphere or clan. We're actually going to just make it inner sphere. And we're going to copy this over. I'm going to change that to clan. And clan is fundamentally exactly the same, except you can't get these values. That doesn't work because it's not even. I do think we're just going to have to go with it. Private static list of int. And we want, it has to be integer, doesn't it? Integer. Prohibited clan roles. List. It is 2, 11, sorry, 2, 3, and 12. 2, 3, 12. How do I want to do this? Boolean equals reroll. Should reroll. False. Boolean is clan. It's campaign is clan. Easy enough. So first we're going to roll. While should reroll, roll equals, and should reroll is clan, and prohibited contains roll. Get mission role adjusted for clan or an action. We need to have some Java docs up here. PSP59 says, by the way, the Draconis for each book has a couple of new EOL clan era hiring rules. Oh, that's cool to know. Someone will need to add those. Cam ops, page 40, revised 5th printing, states that clan campaigns cannot generate covert or special missions. Oh, that should be final. Getting a bit of a headache. Hotspot Hinterland also added a couple of new ones, but that came out last year, so I'm guessing they're already in the campaign. They should be. We'll need to have a look at Draconis Reach, though. At least now that we have the in-game editor, it should be a little bit easier to get the necessary types. Let's make the necessary edits, I should say. Give me 1 second. Okay. We got the negotiation. We also need the employer. So faction, employer. So we come down here, and employer faction is going to tell us what table we should roll on. PS359 asks an interesting question. They asked, how do you handle hiring halls from the earlier eras? There's not much data on them beside, I think, Galatea being a major hiring hub since at least the start of Succession Wars. There's actually more data on it than you realize. It's just very, very scattered. The other thing we do is we generate hiring status dynamically based on population, tech level, where it is. This shouldn't be faction. Where was I doing it? Should be employer faction is clan, not player faction. We're also going to need global employee table, and then we're also going to need independent employee table, independent. Because the employer table is going to tell us what we should actually be rolling on. Okay, so come down here. Knight says, in my experience, there are no real hiring halls during the Star League, just a bunch of questionables. I count on planetary populations to fill the ranks. So, yeah, during the Star League, mercenaries weren't as huge a thing. The mercenary boom really happened when the Star League fell, and suddenly these isolated SLDF and house forces just kind of went rogue. PSP59 says the build manual Mercenary Supply Books has dates on 10 also hiring halls across the Innisphere and Periphery, but most it's unclear for how long they're hiring halls. Yeah, no, we have those issues. Generally, when it comes to data, we just have to make a educated guess. So if global employee faction, independent, we now need to do some extra stuff. King Miles says dynamic hiring hall generation threw me for a loop when I was editing a planet a while back. I was trying to figure out the specific syntax for hiring hall, but the places with the hiring halls that I kept looking at didn't specify them because they were dynamically generated. Yeah, sorry about that. We had to do that because otherwise there wouldn't be any hiring halls. Okay, so noble, planetary government. This is just going to use the independent. Get independent. We'll take our roll. Okay, planetary government is going to be counted as an independent as well. As will mercenary. Major periphery, we shouldn't hit these. I guess we can, actually, thinking about it. So in that case, those we treat as independent. And corporation is corporation. Get corp. Which means largely we can squash a whole bunch of these. I really don't like that. So let's go and extract this. Get independent objective. Okay, minor power is going to use the get inner sphere. Major power should use the same. And so should superpower. Now some of these have special cases. And I need to figure out a way to do that. I guess we do a list. Contract list. Oh, how am I? Okay, cool. Contract list is going to be new array list. It's actually objective list, not contract. Objective list. Primary objective. And now we need to add another special table. So this is special roles with secondary objectives. And these are roles that where if you get a special table and you get this contract and that you make these roles, you also get a planetary assault follow-up. So it's 3, 5, 10. Oh, it's just those 3, 5, and 10. PSV59 says they think that the law is that there were some smaller Merc units during the Star League era that were used for deny warps, but not the sort of multi-regiment formation seen in later eras. In the 50 or so years before the Star League collapsed, the houses started doing a lot of covert fighting. That is true. But generally, the big mercenary units that we know and love all largely originates in the fall of the Star League. And military units that chose not to join the houses, but also not to follow Kerensky. How do I want to do this? I guess I need to do it like this. So what we're doing here is we're actually, rather than returning a single contract type, what used to be called a contract type is now an objective type, we're going to return a list. Now this list is generally only going to contain 2 values. PS359 says, yeah, I don't think there's any Merc unit in later years that had a mercenary pass that goes earlier than the fall of the Star League, yeah. And it's also worth noting that we know for a fact that there were mercenary organizations prior to the fall of the Star League because the Mercenaries Guild existed. So the Mercenaries Guild is what predates the MRB that Comstar set up. And it's just the de facto organization, but we don't really know much about it, we just know it existed. Doesn't the Northwind Highlanders predate the Star League? I don't think they do. I could well be wrong. I could be wrong. It's something that someone would have to check, but I don't believe they do. They do? Oh, okay, I stand corrected. But we don't think there are mercenaries before that. My understanding is that the Northwind Highlanders were a Star League unit. But not necessarily mercenaries. They became mercenaries after the fall of the Star League. Am I remembering right? Someone will have to let me know. So we're using a list here because lists maintain their order. How we're setting up now is that you can have 1 contract generate, and then when you conclude that contract, or that objective, you get a new one. And it's not really used a lot, but where we are using it, it's very useful. They claim descent from Scottish regiments raised by the English in the 1700s. PSP Violin says, I'm not entirely sure. I think the Highwinders had a certain autonomy, but I'm not sure if they were mercenaries exactly. Yeah, this would be something for someone to check, because it'd be really interesting to find out what the history of the Northwind Highlanders actually is. Okay, so special has some special cases, as the name might suggest. So if you roll, these are no longer going to be the same. So if you roll a 3 and you complete the guerrilla warfare, it then changes into a planetary assault, which is a combination. I'm not entirely sure I would want to go on a planetary assault immediately after concluding a guerrilla warfare, but it's an option. And it's diversionary raid. But yeah, no, can you imagine struggle busting your way through a guerrilla warfare and then your employer goes, slaps in your back and goes, great job, lads, prepare for the invasion. But yeah, with this, we should now have... It's never used. Oh, no, we didn't actually end up using it, did we? Oh, no, this is important. We nearly missed generating pirate contracts. That we need to address. If campaign is pirate campaign, then return there we go. Get objective type is never used. Oh, no, of course it's not. Okay, so that gives us the way to determine mission type. King Milestone's guerrilla war to planetary assault seems like it can make some sense. Stopping up the enemy before the invasion. If it's the same planet, or distract the enemy into committing forces to a false target, then hit the actual target. No. I 100% see the sense. I'm just thinking about it from a MekHQ standing, and knowing just how rough guerrilla warfare contracts and planetary invasion contracts can be. It's just the unique combination of those two things that it sounds like it's going to be rough. PSP Finance says they went back to the Northwind Highlanders scenario book. The Highlands were indeed both the planetary guard, Northwind, and mercenaries starting the Age of War. Okay, that's really, really cool. Mo says they feel a sudden desire to see a variety of mechs in kilts. Okay. So if we're a pirate, we need to generate pirates white thing. If we're a mercenary, we're just gonna generate whatever. I realize that right now, but this is exactly what I need. I didn't need to do all the extra work. Oh, god damn it. Ah, well. One step forward, one step back. We're still making progress. Okay, yeah, so this gives us... We're pretty much at the end of the stream now. What have we done today? Well, we have... Let's go to projects. We've really started the bulk of the initial work on the new contract generation system. We set aside our abstracts so we can start storing data, and now we're looking into what steps we need to do to actually generate the contracts. We already have picking the employer handled, and we also have picking the mission objective handled. So the next step is going to be to figure out when we determine the enemy, because the enemy is going to dictate largely what contract terms we're taking. And the fun thing is, it doesn't look like CamOps has any rules or guidance on how to pick the enemy. It's just assumed that you pick the enemy. So that's going to be an interesting thing. But that is a problem for tomorrow. Let's create ourselves a new package. We're going to call this package generation. Contract generation. And then so we can just pop in all of our generation stuff just into there, and we don't need to worry too much about it polluting the general package. Because this missions package is going to get real busy, I can see it now. Kickmal says, I felt like playing some BattleTech Advanced 3062, and some of the third parties that show up are very silly. What the heck is Clan Wolf doing in the periphery just off the Canopian border? They got lost trying to find Terra. I really like BattleTech Advanced 3062. I know Rogue Tech is like super popular, but BattleTech 3062 is the one I preferred when I was playing HBS. But yeah, so we ended up streaming for an hour longer than normal because I accidentally started an hour earlier than normal. But I think you'll agree we've managed to do quite a lot today. If you enjoyed the episode and if you'd like to hear more, hit the follow button. That's so you get notified when we go live. Also, check the link place where links live so you can see our Discord. You can join over. If you really enjoyed yourself, consider hitting subscribe, cheering, bits, whatever. Every penny, every cent really. I'm in America now. Every cent goes towards getting me a new computer so that I have an easier time of making bigger and better stuff for you. But that all said, I think we'll close it off today. Let's head over to the ending soon. And thank you to everybody who showed out. I can see the list of people, and it looks like for a while we got ourselves pretty busy. And I hope you guys are going to enjoy this new contract generation system once it's finished. It's going to be very powerful, and it's going to give us some really cool stuff, I think. But until then, I will see you all tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Have a good evening, and goodbye.